Morning, everyone. Okay, so we need to make some avatars. A lot of work to do today. Normally I'd be doing some other stuff before streaming, but I need to get my brain going. Get Monday started. Bit of a challenge, but we'll make it work. So for those of you that might be following along for Chimo, I did do some work over the weekend that was not recorded, so apologies for that, but I just had to get things moving. All right, so we're going to try a few different things here. First, we'd like to go ahead and make our ambient occlusion channel and a user 0 channel, which we're going to target onto the bodysuit. We're going to switch over to user 0, set this base layer to user 0 black, and use our template flat to target the suit, which we did. Just need to actually set this. There we go. Okay. And we are just going to do that for right now. I know it will be a little bit metallic, a lot less roughness for it. Why don't we just go ahead and make a selection for each garment. Garment. But for any of you that might be tuning in on YouTube, checking out this VOD later, I do create custom avatars. So if you're interested, just head to samdutter.com and you can check me out there for commissions, things like that. I also do mentorships. If anyone's interested in learning how to make avatars. So something I offer. Other than that, I hope you're having a great morning so far. I just got to plug myself a little bit more frequently. Get things moving. Trying to turn myself into a little studio. Or what I do into a studio. Oh wait, what the heck? You can't see what I'm doing. Where'd my display capture go? There we go. Strange. Well, we're working on this. That must have been because I hooked up a TV to my computer the other day. Whatever. Reset and grab this. And then lastly, we have the shirt at the top. So we'll reset that. Okay. Oh, and then the jacket. Should be good. All right. Now we can go ahead and export our textures. And we already are beginning work here in our in Unity. Turn off the body really quick. The edges are very dark. I wonder what's going on with that. Probably just missing sampling the skirt. That's fine. All right, what I would like to test is on our clothing material. I want to switch this to transparent clipping. And then we're going to use RGBA color masking to target just the bodysuit. Like where am I? Clothing mask A. There we go. Boom. Then we'll use red. Apparently it's just for a texture. I think I actually need to use decals if I want transparency. Yeah. Okay, so let's reset RGBA color masking. And instead, we're going to use our decal. That. Decal 0. And we would like a tiling pattern. Some sort of fabric. Just need to use something, really anything right now. Anything with transparency. We'll just do this. A little odd, but then we'll just tile the heck out of it. And the alpha should do something like that. We have replace. Yeah, replace is fine. Sit down. Looks pretty odd right now, but we will be able to get a tiling texture like that. I think I'll actually create an Instamat project for it, for the tiling texture. Should just be a little bit simpler. Excuse me. I already had a Shimo graph. We'll say Shimo. Actually, if I already have one, then File, Open, Shimo, don't save. Okay. And we'll call this tiling netting or mesh. Okay. And we'll go ahead and we want an output. I think we'll do full element image, which would be our base color. And we would like a stripe. That is already off to a good start. Okay, there we go. Let's say, should be able to see something. Now, we really want a blend where we put this into the mask. And coming out of this, we just sample two colors. The white here we'll keep as black, but take out the opacity. That should make it transparent. Yeah, I see transparency there. Interesting. That doesn't seem to be working. Then we will just set it for now. I guess it's working. Or maybe we have to go the other way. Black, full opacity. Then the other one. Yeah, I guess so. Funny. Okay, well, I can live with that. Then I'd like just to take the stripes, which we do have tiling this way. That's fine for now. It's a little hard to see. The color should be something. First, let's make the width a little bit stronger. And right about there. Mild transparency. Then we're going to take this and blur it like that. And then actually no, I need to invert it first of all. Wow, I think invert it. This into this, and then this goes into our background. Or no, foreground. And then as well, we would like, I guess we don't need the invert. Okay. Then instead of using this node, use a gradient map to change the color of this. Because it should be something like hello, Kabar. Welcome there, bro. It has been a while. Hope you've been doing well. Working on anything fun? Do something like that to start with. Maybe a little less saturation. A bit darker though. Okay, so we'll do something like that. And then I'd also like to do the same thing, blur this again. Whoop. Blur this more. And then take our stripe. Also do a transform node where we're going to flip it the other way. I'm gonna swap it. So we'll say scale -1. So that way it flips. And I really do want the same map here. Same gradient map. Same kind of blur too. That. So we're getting these two sets of threads. And then I want also another blend here that we put this into the foreground. This one goes into the opacity mask. So we get them loading. Good. Lastly, we take our material. Take our material. And we'd like to do another blend. Here, I do a blend from scratch. So I'm going to take this blur. You're doing well, and that's good to hear. What have you been working on? I actually want this to be not grayscale. It was a good weekend. It was a good weekend, kind of chilling, relaxing. Thankfully, nothing too crazy. My eyeball. I'm seeing this program for the first time. It's a good one. We'll need to swap the blend here. This one needs to go here. Then we take. We actually need to combine our opacity mask. Instamat is a free like Substance Painter, Substance Designer alternative. So you can use like node graph systems to make stuff, which is pretty fun. And we'll drop this right here. So this gives us a cutout, which is what we want. And we'd like to do another blend between these two. Whoa. Between this one, and okay, that does retain the transparency. Good. All right, and then we can go do this. All right, good stuff. Beautiful. A little fuzzy there. This blur here. Perhaps I should invert it. Oh yeah. All right, we'll start with this. And now I'd like to export this. So file, export cooked, and now export image of our graph. And we're going to send this to our Unity project into the clothing. And all we want right now base color with okay. And yeah, we want the base color right here. Yay. And this we can delete. Cool. And format. Do I have any option other than 4K? Does not appear so. All right. Cool. Then we can go back to here. Or sorry, back to Unity. Take the clothing and drop in this tiling material we made. Like that. It's just very slightly transparent. Something like that. Should be a little bit more sheer. So go back to Instamat. We'll change that width, lower it a little bit. And then cool. That works pretty well, I would say. Awesome. Right now it's affecting too much. Interesting. Oh, I see. That's the shirt. So if we go back to Painter, and on the shirt, we need to make sure to set this off. Then if we export again, there shouldn't be any Z fighting. That would be needing to rebake. There we go. Nice. Probably do even one more, make them a little bit thinner, and one more level of tiling. Still pretty transparent even from here. Wow. I didn't expect it to be so effective. Hmm. From a distance, it works pretty darn well. It's just a cutout texture. I would expect at some point that maybe if I switch it to just cutout. Yeah, okay, that's what I was expecting. So, transparent clipping seems to be the better solution. Hello, William Acton Garda Noturno to YouTube. Welcome. Salve. Ugh. Working on our character here. Still in the early stages of getting everything working proper. But just coming together. Just coming together. Oh dear. Well, thank you. It is a good day. Looks like Pamela Anderson's boobs. Do we need to change anything? Are we missing this belt here? There should be one more belt. Yeah, I see it here. Okay, so we have it in the low poly. Should have it in the low poly. I see. Dang. Okay. Definitely working properly. Okay. 1 second. All right, I'm back. There we go. Interesting. Why did the color change? Because I exported some of the high poly dots. Ah, mask broke. Okay. So now we're going to go ahead and make a backup copy, which we'll call post baking setup. Ooh, got a bubble in my chest. Oh. And we can go back to the other painting versions to edit them whenever we need. For now, let's go ahead and start editing the shape of our meshes in order to prevent the clipping that we're seeing. So we're just going to do a little bit of sculpting, just very mild sculpting. Just going to push the meshes above the surface of the body. Later, we can set up our shader in order to prevent clipping, but best to have it be as close as possible now, as the shader won't always be active. So let's make sure I don't want to alter this one. All right, good stuff. Now we'll just keep going with our skirt here. Doesn't seem to be working on some of it. Why is that? Just not strong enough? Seems kind of like it's not doing anything. It's almost like some of them are on the wrong face set. I don't know. That feels weird. That should be moving it much better. Ah, of course. Okay, I see what's going on. Let me back up until we're out of this. And we have to apply the shrink wrap. That would do it. That would do it. Why don't you make this make me work of my own? Did you make this from scratch? I did. I also hello Kartat, welcome. I do this full time, and I make all my avatars from scratch. So this is a client commission that I'm working on. Hopefully we'll be done with almost everything today for it, for the avatar. That's the hope. Thank you. I appreciate that. Take a lot of pride in that. Topo? I think I understand what you're saying. Topo is usually the, the other way people describe it, other word people use. So I think I'm understanding you clearly. But thank you. I appreciate that. All right, looks good. The sleeves are surprisingly low. I'm working on my own low poly robot at the moment, just struggling with how I should do the joints. My instinct is always simplicity. If you can get away with a simpler version and make it look complex, that's good. I usually do like ball jointed for robots. Like if you look up like a ball jointed doll, something like that seems to usually does the trick for me. I'm doing something like that, but it just looked a bit awkward, so I'm probably going to do different versions of joints. I bet you could find online like there's a lot of resources like for 3D modeling. Like you could look up, I bet there's like a chart you could find of like all the different types of joints you can do for robots. I've definitely seen a lot of those kinds of charts for just like normal human joints. I bet there's one for rope mechanical joints too. Nice. That looks good. Still see some very jagged UVs here. I don't know. I think that's just texturing. I don't think I can avoid that. Oh well. Hello, Eventide. Welcome. Just continuing our work on Shimo here. Got most everything in place now. Actually, surprisingly enough, Pinterest has the best for learning tips and tricks for Topo. My arch enemy. Yeah. All right, that will work. Cool. Then we'll go to Painter. Save this. And open up the... Yeah, so for the fishnet, we're just using a very small tiling texture. So we can get pretty high resolution from that. We just turn the texture itself all the way down to something like 128. Yeah, why not? Really tiny tiling texture. Teeny tiny. Could have been going to use the ones from the substance library. Now I just hopped in Instamat and made my own tiling texture here. This is not necessarily how you would do every fishnet texture. For the really, that's more like a nylon material than fishnets. You know, like a satin or something like that. But it'll work. It'll get the job done. That's for sure. And we'll go through and add up some more details a little later. Excuse me. All right, let's pop open our reference image. You got to think about the material when doing clothing. I'm still new to the concept, but it's been slow learning. I think for me, you know, you just start with what you know and you just build on over time. You know, I think that as long as you're trying to make, you know, you're not trying to push past yourself too frequently, you know, kind of stick with what you know a little bit, build up on that. You'll get something good in the end. All right, the gray or the black for these, almost everything is shiny leather like we have it here. We're going to make another user channel for the leather here. So we'll do user 1, switch to our view of user 1. Should be, yeah, we'll leave it there and then go kind of the opposite this time. Bodysuit doesn't need it, and the shirt does not need it. Everything else, though, is shiny. All right, so I'll save that. So hard learning when how to texture armor. I'm getting better and seems interesting. Hard to search up what I don't know exists. So yeah, build off what I know and try to recreate different settings in Substance. Do that. Then we're going to go to matte cap, which I already started. I already added a texture to it. And we're going to drop in mask B, my mask. Huh, it shows the preview. We'll do this one. That's some shiny stuff. We'll do a little bit of blur. Just to get rid of some aliasing. Looks good. All right. Might be a little too shiny. I'm going to go back to this and we're going to add on top of this the user, call this matte cap AO mask. And we'll set this to just user 1 like that, and then add a generator ambient occlusion or to kind of push it out of certain areas on the body. Something like that. My friends were telling me to get into Mochi shader. Have you ever used it? I have not. I have not. I'm a big fan of the Poyomi shader because I'm just familiar with it. It's definitely what I know best. There we go. Yeah, it's a lot better. All right, that looks good. Let me look it up really quick. Mochi. So Poyomi, for me, feels very complete. Feels very, very complete. There's so many different kinds of features. Different shaders have different properties, but what I've found is that with Poyomi, I can get any look I want. I've been told it's better than Poi, but I wouldn't know how to use either. Why does it look so funny now? I think some people are a little afraid of Poyomi because it looks a little complex, but it really isn't that bad. Why does it keep breaking? Confirm merge. Oh, it's because we didn't have a. It's right there. hard to get into if you don't know someone who knows it well. Well, one of the other reasons I do really like Poyomi is that they have a full website with documentation and breakdowns on how to use certain things. Is Poyomi more complex than ZBrush, Blender, Substance combo? No, it's more of like where everything comes together. It's not a separate thing. It's more like there's stuff to learn about it, but it's more like how you fully utilize all the things you've made. That makes sense? It's like the final stop for all your hard work. Like an engine. So shaders exist inside of engines. So Poyomi is a shader that exists inside of the Unity game engine. Also use a shader called Rero because it makes armor look more cleaner. So one of the really fun things with Poyomi are these matte cap textures, and they let you kind of create your own custom reflections. So you can kind of see it here if I turn it on and off. So that, see how I have this custom reflection. So you kind of control a little bit the final look and feel of things, which I really enjoy. We're going to sample our shirt. I think that color. And then the shirt does have a pattern. The stripes, arm stripes, here, which are orange. And we'll move this over here, shrink it down, squish it down, right about there, and then rotate it. That should be good, something like that. A little bit of a squash. Oh, right, it has to be on both sides. So we'll just have to kind of fake it a little bit. Or eyeball it, really. I want to use ZBrush, but it costs so much. Yeah, Poi is a shader where you put your completed textures and finish them off. Well, most shaders are. Yeah, shaders can take different textures and create certain effects or just display those textures on your character. Generally, people can kind of describe them interchangeably. Oh, textures and shaders, but shaders take your textures. Just as a mesh takes in a shader takes in textures. Find your texture like a normal material, but you can add finishing touches. So Poyomi is a shader add-on in which you edit the textures after you bake them, but it only works in VRC. No. Poyomi is built for Unity. It's built with the intention to be used for VRChat, but generally it just works in the Unity engine, the Unity 3D game engine. So that's kind of where a lot of games are made. Well, I think it used to be called. Well, I think it can be used in like one more VR game, but I forget what it was called. Technically, any Unity game can use it. In fact, the free version of the Poyomi shader can be used in any Unity game project that you. It's under the MIT license, so technically you could use it in your own video game if you wanted to, which is cool. I do like that. Just a little bit of difference on the texture here. Right, the base is metallic. That's why it's a little darker. Just want a small, simple grain on our texture here. I'll actually use blue noise instead, because it's a little more uniform. A little more fabric-like. This is a tricky part of problem substance. Separating the meshes makes it a bit annoying to create believable contrast and shades when the connecting meshes are so far apart. So what I'll do in a little bit is create a second version of this where everything is joined. So we're going to create two files. One where they're squished together and another where they are separated. That'll make more sense in a second. I think for the shirt, that's pretty much it. Something like that. Let's go ahead and add our ambient occlusion. Interesting. You can really see where I painted that vertex group in. We'll set this one to multiple overlay and multiple. And we'll do a filter blur. Something like that. And in fact, I'm going to turn that down. I'm going to turn this one, that lighter shading I want. So then I can add a generator on top, set to linear dodge, and use our ambient occlusion inverted to get some of these finer details in there. It's a little, I don't really quite like the back, but that'll give it a bit more form. A little laggy. Ooh, excuse me. All right, so now a little bit of texture there. These other items, I don't really need to add much in the way of texture. Some of these, I think we'll just do like a base noise. It's not going to Well, maybe. Let's try that again. I do height. Okay. We do something like that. Tile it. Tile it a bunch. Use a nicer texture. Then we'll add another fill on top set to multiply. Just control that intensity. So we get just the slightest grain on the leather material. A little micro detail. Just so the reflection isn't perfect. A lot of texturing is like actually adding imperfections. Is it leather or PU? I think as long as it looks something like leather. We'll be good. And let's actually take all of our textures here, select them all, deselect the folders, make sure we're saving at high quality. High quality compression. Inspo screams latex though, lol. Well, I'm the one making it. And make the glove a little bit bigger. And we'll kind of push this off the hand a little. Right there. There we go. Beautiful. Perfect. All right. That's looking quite good. We did clean up the jacket quite a bit, so I think we'll get some nice results. Oh, I need to add to everything our triangulate option. Let's copy the two selected, our fixed normals. It's not going to make a huge difference right now. So I need to bring these two together. All right, let's see what that looks like. Good, that should straighten up any of the edges that were slightly skewed. Awesome, okay. Very good. Now, we're gonna add, we need to make the shoes still. I need to start making a checklist. And I'm gonna do so we need the shoes. We need to add more normal details to the skirt and jacket. Good. Then should be a few crosses too. Okay, good stuff. Oh, and then the necklace. Chains, necklace. All right. So for the chains, we have our wrap curves. We're going to make one more. Yeah, that should be fine. What we'll do in order to make the chain object here, I could instance an object. Now it'd be best to use geometry nodes. Okay. So we'll go to belt low poly. We'll make a new object, not a collection, new object, which we'll call chains. Set it to 0 and delete everything inside of it. Add a modifier, which we'll call chain texture. Textured. Like so. Go to GeoNodes. First thing we need to bring in is our chain collection. Right here. And collection right there. And have our instances. We want to do mesh to curve. Right there. Okay. No, other way. Curve to mesh, because they're already curves. Curve to mesh. Like so. And then the profile curve is going to be a curve line. Isolate this. Okay. Should be seeing something right now. Realize instances, perhaps. And the collection. Oh, it's still empty. Duh. Drop that right there. There we go. Okay. So then we have a start and end. We're going to create a append or combine XYZ for the start and for the end. And this will be a value that we also multiply by -1. Cool. So now we've got our little curve that we're starting. It's only very small to start with. Say 0.02. And we got this nice thin curve. Looks a little odd. 1, 2 points, curved line, curve to mesh. It says it's already. So separate components. Right, I kept running into this last time. What was it again? It was that on the chains, right, is that there is a mirror object on the actual strap curve. So. There we go. do they have, let's say, reset radius or radius? Set curve radius to, interesting, still pointed. Hello, Valk, welcome. I'm doing quite well. How about yourself? Off to a good start this Monday. It's just small. Let's turn that up. Or no, there's two. That looks more correct. 1, 0, 1. That should be working. Let's see, if I just do this manually. 0.01, 0.01. Sorry, negative 0.01. Okay, that's odd. Interesting. And it wants to push it back out. I guess that's okay. What if I just do a transform geometry? I just do an offset. It does the same thing. Funny. Why is that? If I did a circle, that'd be fine. Because they're nerves. Some Monday fun day today. You're good trying to understand what shader node I can export to Unity. Unity doesn't have a translation. There's not many shaders you can work on outside of Unity that translate directly to Unity. But Unity does have the Unity shader graph. So I'll drop that in chat. So I don't think there was some iPad app a while back I saw that allowed you to work on the iPad to create shaders that you can then bring into Unity. Learning something new. I didn't know you could make meshes with curves like that. I normally do it the manual way. I love using any non-destructive workflow I can find. I love. So it is betraying me right now. Right. See, it's so weird. It doesn't want to push down into it. I've never quite, I didn't have that problem the other day. It's kind of like at this angle. Very strange. This one's Bezier. Well, this one's Bezier. Object, invert, curve. Hmm. All the handles are really fucked. Interesting. Hmm. How do I do that? Thanks, I'll give it a read. Yeah, good luck, Val. Blender has some fun node stuff you can use, but usually shader tools are built for just one software. Sculpting with nodes is like animating with math. I just cannot. Looks so useful though. Lets me work quickly, usually. I don't know why I'm having such trouble with these ones though. It should work just fine. Should be working just fine. There's something about the curves themselves. Maybe what we do is we combine them. And then we say curve Bezier. Curves. Something's wrong. Something's wrong. Just doesn't want to let me push down into it. It like corrects it. I can manually set the spline type here. So like if I gave it a circle here, that works fine. Okay. Why is the curved line getting messed up then? Interesting. Still not working properly. Okay, maybe I can cheat. Points. What's a circle with 2 points? A line. See, that one's still fine. It's actually centered properly. What the fuck? That one I can give a negative value. Just the line. What? Maybe it's just a negative z. So let's switch it up. We'll do okay, that's working. Funny. It's just the z value. Something's wrong there. But I don't know what it is, and I don't care. I don't care. This will go here. add math. Well, now I get a very even line. All right, then we'll take that line and we'll transform it by rotating it 90 degrees on the Z and then joining it back together with this one. So now we get this nice cross shape, like a churro. That's what I want for my texture. That should have been simpler than that, but that's okay. All right, and then we'll just slap on the end a UV unwrap. No, we'll do it ourselves. We'll do it ourselves. Excuse me. Should be able to UV unwrap. I think I just set store named attribute UV map with a 2D vector. That should give us a material now. We can set the material to, for now, we'll just do clothes, Shima clothing. Edge. How did I do it on the straps again? UV 2D vector face corner. That's what I'm missing. Actually, we want to include that now. There we go. Okay, so if I need to remake those, I can. I'm gonna go ahead and duplicate this and send one of these to the hidden, send the duplicate to the hidden, take this guy and apply the mesh. All right, then we go to UV editing. I've got a bunch of little strings. We can pin them and straighten them. Cool. And I'm going to rotate all of them. Do UV pack master or UV toolkit, stack islands. And then we'll scale them up like that. Okay, something like that. Now they all have roughly the same tiling. Balls. Okay. Now we've got our little texture going. Good stuff. And this one here actually, let's separate it. We will add a mirror on this one. Something to that effect. One moment, y'all. Be right back. All right, I'm back. Hello. I returned. Okay, so the teeth. Interesting. Now we have these strips, and we want to add a tiling texture to it in order to get it to properly have like a chain look. So I guess that I just want an image of a single chain link with enough space next to it. Yeah, so we'll alternate this like image of the chain link. So to do that, it's hard to get that to be exact. But to do that, I'm going to go ahead. We're going to make a new material. No, I'm just going to do that in Instamat as well. So I'll make a new element graph. Create project without template. And we'll call this chain link. Okay, we'll start with a output element image. We'll call base color. And we're going to make some shapes. Start with this. This is Instamat. It's like a Substance Designer, so you can make procedural image patterns, or you can paint things like in Substance Painter. It's basically Substance Designer and Painter combined, and it's free. It's pretty good. I think there's some things I would want to change about it, but nothing too crazy. So what we'll do is we'll take the circle and we'll also make a box. Oh, we have a rounded box. No, just normal box. And we're going to do a transform. I'm going to transform our circle. We're going to blend these together. Make the box small to start with, though. Width is 0.75, size 0.5. So this should just be 0.5 and 0.5. Then I should just be able to move this over by 0.25. Cool, so that's more exact, but we don't want it touching the edges. Let's change this up again. We're going to say 0.25 for all of them to start with. 0.25, 0.25, 0.25, which makes this translation here 0.125. Okay, cool. And then we'll do just one more blend. Like this. Copy, paste, put this here. Take this other blend and switch the direction with a negative. And so now we got something that looks kind of like a chain link. And then we'll do another transform of it. There's no translation, but we do scale it. So we'll say 0.8 by something like that. Or we'll maybe use an outline 1. But we'll take another blend, put this here, and like that. Or this. These really all could have been grayscale, huh? Break something. Ugh, fine, okay. Stick with colors. What I want to do is subtract. Just subtract and just swap these. Uh, Let's delete that. Add a new blend just to make sure I'm not breaking this. So I have this object. There we go. Okay. That looks really weird. False. Okay. Um, I can't just work. It's off of the grayscale. Not ideal, but I guess it'll work better. I'm just exporting this to a single image. It's not going to run in real time. And subtract. All right. So now we can make this our preview image, and I can adjust my amount here. Right, that'll work. All right, now we have our chain link. Cool. Now what I'd like to do is get a blend, put this into the opacity mask, take our colors here. Our foreground will be gray. Our background will be transparent. So now we have this floating chain link. Then that'll reroute really quick. Take this and blur it. That'll work. No, it won't. Where did my opacity go? Oh, is it grayscale? Oh, this grayscale to RGBA conversion with an Instamat is stupid and annoying. It's just not. Ugh. It's annoying. All right, let's use that. And I do want a harsh edge actually for my chain link. That's fine. Just want to change give it a little bit of shadow. But for now, we'll do height to normal, something like that. And we'll add another output. You know what? No, we'll just do this for right now. Okay. Then we'll go here. And we'll go to Shimo clothing. I guess we'll put it into the belts folder. Back to Instamat. And we'll do export images. Boom. And this uses the graph name, so all we need to do is export. Boom. Back to Blender. Here, this is using the chain texture material. Yeah. Shimo chain. All right. Go to shading really quick, isolate this. Open up our texture, chain link. Go to blend mode, alpha clip. And this should have a Is it always? Okay. So when we look at this, the top one needs to be moved over 1, or no, 0.5 on the UV map. Okay. Then in Instamat here, we'll go ahead and update our texture. That's what we'd like to do. Take our input, or should I transform it? Nah, I'd rather do it at the end. So it's all single piece. A little simpler. 1.2. Very close. Do 1.4. All right. Now that's where I want the inner edge to be. I can make the chain thicker on the outside now. That was a little bit closer to what we had when it's 3D. That looks pretty good. I think, and just taking these ones, just move them over 0.5, and that looks good. Nice. All right, I'm happy with that. That came out a lot better than I was expecting, to be honest. A little denser than I thought, though. Oh, we'll worry about optimizing down the road. Now we need to make a chain texture. So we'll take materials, right click, create material, Shimo chains. I mean, I guess I could do. I should be able to do an RGBA color mask and replace it completely. So maybe we don't make a second material. We instead just make it a second material. Awesome. That did come out pretty well. We can add more detail as we go. Hello, Booms. Welcome. Things are coming together. Moved pretty solidly into texturing now. And we're just kind of polishing things, moving them around, getting them in the right spots. Well, thank you, Booms. And I did get your message regarding, I did get your message, so I think we might get to that at the end of today. So hopefully we'll have something to show you. Yeah. Okay. There's something high poly in here. I don't know what it is. Some high poly object floating around the scene. We'll worry about that in a second. Okay. So, what's next? A little bit of clipping right there. It's a little weird right there. Huh. So you start. Oh, excuse me. All right. Thank you. Yeah, definitely. Are you talking about this kind of color, or before I started editing the texture at all? Let's see. I think the default was this one here. Hey, Carl Brockelman, thank you for the subscription. Hello, welcome to the stream. Right now we're working on Booms here, or sorry, Shimo here, getting this avatar created. If you have any questions, let me know. Right now we're just kind of chilling. Few other spots where things are poked through. That must have been after I added the triangulation. Okay. So a few other things to adjust. Unlike some previous avatars I made, I'm actually going to combine the eyes this time with the body material. right? So for this one, this is the body bake. This one. Right? Yeah. And then just a bit brighter. Okay, heck yeah. Excuse me. Excuse me. My goodness. Interesting. So this one. Just gonna open this one. Okay. But we do have to make 2 eyeball texture then. So we got this, and then eyeballs here. Okay. Oh, gotcha. Balls. Okay. Should have adjusted this one. Shows a little bit easier to adjust UV maps. There we go. Nice, that's the low poly. Send these ones over to the high poly. So now the low poly. And the texture you're making the other one have. Gotcha. Gotcha. That's a problem with fucking. Hmm. 32. Okay, good. Should be a smooth option. Mesh tools, there's no smooth. What the fuck? Doesn't look much better, does it? That should be okay. All right, so this is the high poly. Shouldn't be anything else I need to do there. I did not need this. Oh, actually, there is one edit to make. Good stuff. All right. That's the high poly. And good stuff. So this one is going to be the clipped version. Oh, you know what? I don't. All I need for the high poly clip is this. Actually, yeah. All I need is that. So yeah, actually I don't need that at all. So we'll do this. Turn off high poly, low poly. So we take this one and the body. Yeah, I kind of do want to do that. Yeah, why not? FBX, Shimo, flipped. Okay, save that there. We go to Painter, do File, New. I'm going to go over to Shimo clipped, make a new file. Save. Shimo v1 for clipped. And mode bake. I have two materials there. Will it bake the second one? Yes. Yes. Good. Okay. That's what we want. Guess I could have included all the toenails. Right. Now, go back to the other one. We are missing from this one the cheek horns. No, they're the same type of material, aren't they? They are. So we'll leave those alone. Okay. So this one's fine then. And just add in. First, we'll rebake because we want to get the shoulder looking proper. Right. Hey, I'm Potato Cake. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Hello, hello. Anything else we were missing for the high poly? No, so we wanted to add the eyeballs, which we did. I remember how I did that because I cut the body in half. I cut the body. I cut the body in half. But we saved that with no clip. Down here. Okay, okay. That's right. So boom. And then, right, we just have to export the low poly through this one. So many little changes. Little tweaks, changes. We're getting there. We're getting there. Slowly, steadily, surely. And now we can add the clipped map. Should have asked before, but did you model the teeth and gums separately or are they a single mesh? I want to see how many tries should be okay to spend there. Usually okay spending a decent amount, but I keep them as separate meshes. So the teeth and gums, those are all separate. We got booty clipping. But yeah, they're just like this. So you just have a large cavity for the mouth. It's a large, smooth, empty space. And then you just set in your gum, teeth, tongue objects into that space. I think that's the easiest to work with. At least it feels the easiest to me. Right. All right, that already adds so much. Boom. Just coming together now. That is for sure. And these need to have the horn texture. See, well, we must be missing something. Only 70,000? Oh, fuck, I overwrote that. Oopsies. Oh. It'll be very clear that's the wrong thing. Oh. Ooh. Good stuff. Oh. Get those eyes made. And what we'll do is look up the reference image. Reference images. Just kind of small. All right, I haven't added texture to the tongue either, though. So this is the, it's just a circular blue, white pupil, or iris. Pupil, yeah. Blue, okay, relatively straightforward. And we'll add an output, element image, class galore. By handling the iris, my UVs on that usually have to be almost the same size as the full mesh to get a good resolution. So we will be using a second UV map. So right now I've combined the eyes with the body like this. So we have them just on this normal, just like they're a normal part of the body, pretty small. But then we also have a second UV map on the eyes that is that full resolution. And so with this second map, we're going to create a decal using the Poyomi shader and kind of inject that in there. It'll make things a little simpler. Triangle, or round it as a box. Rounded box. No, she has spherical eyes, so we'll do a circle. Circle. And we'll transform that a little. What we'll do is we'll just scale it up on the Y a little bit, say 1.2. 1.3, something like that. All right. Then we want to get the pupil, so we'll also do another transform. This one will be very small. We'll lock that and say 0.2 without tiling. Hello! Hi there, Australia. Welcome. How you doing? Hello, Sam. I have a question. How to deal with breast texel density? If model is not cut, have seams, I want to have everything in the same scale on body. That is tough. It is tough to have breasts because usually if you have them attached to the main body, they do tend to stretch. Excuse me. I think that the Poyomi shader is kind of the right solution, specifically using a second UV map and using the RGBA color masking, because you can create a second set of metallic maps, smoothness maps, and normal maps and textures. So you can basically blend in an additional pass within the same shader to get that extra detail, including normal maps, which I think is usually can be pretty important. So that's what I would recommend, and I can go ahead and send this to you. Okay, perfect. Yeah, I think the key is using a second UV map, kind of like here where I have the eyeball. I have one UV map when it's part of the main body texture, and then a second UV map for the actual detailed version. So that's what I'd recommend. And then you can just use a mask to blend it in or out however you like. Which I'll need to make in a moment, but now we'll just do this. All right, Insta. And then do we have an outline? Can I feed this in? It's got to be an outline. Edge detection. There we go. Boom. Okay. So we can feed in our image, get that edge. So we'll actually want to do this for both of these. And then on this color, we'll do a you don't want to get a reroute. Let's make it a little simpler. In the long run, if we need to change things, gradient map. And then our eye color, I think it's the same color as the crystals. Let's see if we can sample that. Boop. Oh, whoops. That was the wrong node. This one, please. Next question, how to deal with seams. I have a problem where all my islands are normalized, but I still have some parts look bad, strange, moved a little bit. Mostly have problems with substance where I can't connect decals correctly, like stockings with frill decal on it. Changing type of projection doesn't help. Legs are really hard to place right. I do a rather extreme UV mapping to prevent that kind of issue. So for example, on my leg here, I make it square. I make my seams as square as possible. And some people really do not like working this way, but I think it's preferable. Mainly because when you get to things, hello bro, welcome. Let's say, for example, on my material here, I'm just going to go ahead and add a UV texture. You can see if I switched my UV texture, these line up perfectly because the vertexes here are literally in the same horizontal spot. So this allows me to take any tiling texture and know that I can make it map to this segment. And you can even see that the toes also map like that. In fact, it even makes a circle on the toe tip. How to make this nice like you're a square. So firstly is you can just scale things. So after you square the UVs, what tool do you use to smooth the verts to fit them inside the square that way? So that's just a standard UV. So anything that's not pinned, I have the live unwrap on. That's in UV, live unwrap. So when I'm adjusting it, everything inside is just unwrapping normally. I'm not doing anything to make it curve in this natural way. That's just the standard unwrapping. All I'm telling it is where I want the edges to be. And then it does the natural bending itself, as long as you unwrap it. In fact, I probably don't want these to be like that. Oh, already you baked them that way, so nothing to really do there. But I would recommend getting this tool called UV Toolkit. It's an add-on, and specifically you want to use the distribute function to make things line up. So like, for example, from here to here, if I wanted this edge to line up perfectly. So now there's an even distribution between these points. I use that a lot, and it lines them up too. Other than that, if I had an edge that was like, say, out here, or just like a curved edge, I would take the edge, and just scale it, SX0. So scaling on the x-axis to 0. And UV Toolkit, they have a GitHub. Here. Hey, no problem. That is it's free now. Now it's free. I use that a lot. There's a lot of useful things about it, but yeah, when it comes to tiling textures, I'm pretty anal retentive about it, because you can see I make everything as square as I can. I really prefer working that way now. It's not for everyone. Some people really do not like working that way, but I think it prevents that exact kind of issue. Thank you. Absolutely. Hopefully that does help you out. Oops. What did I just do? Did I just do something? No. Let's also, maybe we'll paint the all right, I didn't bake the things with them in the mouth. That makes sense. I was working on the eye. That's what I was doing. All right, so now we're going to take this. We're going to blend these. Perfect. And we'll do the same thing here. So we just need the white on this one. Oh, well. Is it enough to learn a game engine only in a programming language? Really depends on the type of game you're making. There are games like Dwarf Fortress, which is basically just text output. And you can make it just depends on how you want to approach it. You would have to adapt your art style to work with just programming. You want to make art assets, but you want it to be just about the programming. You need to work with, like, I would say work with really simple, like a very simple, minimal art style. Because it's hard to, just hard. But yes, it is possible. There are games out there that do that. There's a NetHack. There's Dwarf Fortress. There's a lot of old games that used ASCII art, where it's just like fonts basically that you're running around with. Um, it's a little big. All right, that looks pretty decent. And takes up only a little bit of the texture. So let's go ahead and save this. We're gonna put this into the body and Chimo eyes, just the base color. Yeah. Then we go back to Unity. We can go ahead and turn on decals. Do decal 0. And we'll set our decal to UV1 because we're using our second UV map. Now this will look weird because it's only going to work for the eyes. We're going to get it everywhere else too. Now it's just on the eye. Pretty good. Now what we want to do is go back to substance and make a eye mask in our texture settings. So we'll make a user 1 channel. Go here, user 1, black, and eye, user 1. I want to send multiple photos, but turtle scream on me on DC. Ooh! Turtle scream. You can message me directly as well. Cool, looking good. Nice. Nice. So on Shimo horns, I want to extract my embedded materials because I want to know what color that is. I want to take it. Copy it. So I can copy Shimo horns, paste. Okay. Now we should be able to. Decal just exploded again. She's looking really good now. She's looking very good. So some clipping there on the jacket. I think we'll make the eye a little bit bigger. Let's go to Instamat. Say for the eye here, instead of transform, or no, instead of size, we'll do 0.35. Here we go. If you want, you can show it, no problem. Thank you. She's looking so good. Thank you, Booms. Oh, yeah, a little bit bigger on that eyeball. I might give the eye a matte cap texture too. It looks a little, I was expecting it to be a little bit glossier. Cool. Very cool. Okay, very good. That's looking awesome. AST002. Yeah, I would definitely look into your decals. And yeah, if you straighten up the UVs, you can see how. So when we think of a texture, what a texture really is a grid of pixels. And it is essential to think of it as a grid because you can actually see the grid lines, how the pixels go this way, and it does not mesh with the other side, which does have the pixels perfectly straightened. You can see how nice that looks there. So straightening up your edges on your UV map will definitely help a ton. Yeah, everything's looking really good. I think it'll definitely take some work to straighten everything out. Alternatively, you don't need to straighten out. Another thing I've been doing for little like decals like this is you could just make a thin little mesh. You can just make a mesh that goes around, but that can make other problems. Everything's a trade-off, right? Mesh on mesh, yeah. Yes, I had a character, actually this character, Miles, and this frame, the little wire thing right here, this is all mesh. That's just a mesh floating above his skin. And as long as it doesn't cast shadows, it looks like it's part of it. So, why do you make that a wire? Because that way I can get another set of resolution on. You can see how much more detail I can push in there. And second, I could turn it off a lot easier. If I'm running out of space on my materials and shaders to do things, you can always jump. Oh, and then the other thing too is that with a mesh, you get perfect edges. You get really sharp edges. So for this kind of thing, it looks good. It's not going to work for everything, but for this kind of thing, it can actually be a nice effect because you can't see. I mean, even this, like this texture here, you can see how it's blurring. Like far away, it looks fine, but the closer you get up to it, a mesh will have an infinitely sharp edge, whereas a texture, you're just zooming in on that pixel grid eventually. It's all trade-offs. Surprised because I met a guy yesterday who got really sharp decals on places where high text is, but I think those Poyomi decals working, they can be sharp too. 100%. 100%. No, most likely that was it. And the nice part about decals too is you could make like a little palette of shapes and then just sample them repeatedly. You can have the same decal here that then you put on the leg or whatever. Resident Avi, I saw trailer 4. I could stretch the muzzle and change tail girth live without stretching the textures. I was so confused and amazed by that. Girth. The tails are nice because they're very compatible with a tiling texture. Tend to play nice with a tiling texture. There we go. Now the eye's glossy. All right, what's next? let's continue to adjust the clothing. Need to make sure it's not intersecting. Ooh, and then I'd like to do, thank you very much. Absolutely, absolutely. Wishing you well with your project. Oh, it's because it is not clipping. Most likely it is. Oh no, it's clipping a little. Okay, it is clipping. Oh, I see. Because the normals are backwards there. Just at 70,000. Beautiful. We'll have to optimize a bit, but getting there. Make tail straight minus curved. Can I make a straight too? But how to apply shape of it after? Just make animation with bones rotation. Exactly. Exactly. Hello, Arctic. Welcome. All right. So now for body, we already applied the horns material. Oh, I'm in the wrong character. But hello, Arctic. Hope you're having a good day. I think last photo on Discord is working nice, but I have problems with adding floor. That's why I ignore it. And it's mostly in poses in ground. So you can always make a toggle to just turn the floor off, the floor collider. So like if I've had made some characters where their tail is meant to be on the ground and kind of like will slide around on it. But that doesn't always, if you sit down, then it breaks. It's just exploding or getting pushed through the character. So I tend to uh, make a toggle just to turn off the floor. Bank holiday in the UK today, so just been a big walk around a nearby park/reservoir. Why do the banks get a holiday? I think I've asked this before. I want a holiday. Gotcha. This one. All right, so they should be the same color now. Slightly different. Just have lighting. The other one does not have much lighting. Cool. All right, super close to getting done here. The lovely area, mostly woods with a few farms and nearby quarry, is being developed into a housing estate by a lake. My middle-aged ass immediately started looking up how much the houses cost. I want to live there. I want to live there. Relatable. Oops. I don't want to see this object. There we go. Why do I still see the curve? So do curve to points. We turn it to a mesh there, and then we delete it. Here we capture it. There we go. That's where it is. Okay. Good stuff. Beautiful. Just trying to find the really dense stuff. Where is it? Where is it? Oh, the spikes look good though. Spikes look very good. A little too dark. A little too dark. Actually, for the clothing, if I add a first off, the light data, that's just 0.5. It's still very dark there. If I add a rendering call, can I not make a texture for the inside? Ah, whatever. Okay, enough of that. What next? What next? Let's make, we can start working on some texturing. There's a lot of texturing to do. Let's get it done. For the body, let's just work on the body only, finish the body up. So we are struggling with a few objects. are poking through. So we've got these little dots there and here. So I want to fix those. And I believe that comes down to my bake. Which I broke over here. My body baker, let's turn that back on. Which I now can export the cage again. Make sure that's proper. And yeah, we do see just a little bit poking through there. Okay, so we'll do this. Right, so we got that little dot taken care of. The butt is a problem though. Because it does actually clip together. I don't think I can actually fix that. We would need a shape key, I think. So let's do that. I'm gonna add a shape key. We're gonna call this flip. And we'll set it to 1. Super, super slow because I've got the body on and the baker on. Just leave it there. Hate working that place. I feel ya. Well, hopefully this gives you some perspective on how I would fix it. We're gonna do a little, I'm gonna push that out. So now on the baker, I don't see any purple. Though we still actually do have a little bit of an issue there, just on the high poly itself, which is that it is pushing into itself. So let's clean that up a little. Weird. Let's turn it down 1. 2. Needs more space, please. Needs more space in here. It's gonna be a tough sell. The mirror does not merge, only the weld modifier merges. I think it is combining them. Do I need to worry about that though? Can I just, well, I want to be able to move the jaw. Okay. Last question, I need to go. Know some method to transfer shapes from Unity resized humanoid armature to Blender 1-to-1. For example, if I scale left leg, I think about making shape of my body permanent because it's easier to edit outfits for me. At this moment, Buddy skilled Unity Armature. Second thing, FBT have problems with setting like that a little bit. Yeah, I don't think your full body tracking is going to like having scaled bones. Now, there's not really a way to transfer easily. It'd be just as easy to make those edits in Blender. Like technically, there's an add-on to export FBX files from Unity. They have a little add-on you can use. But I can't say that I'd recommend it. You can use it. It's challenging to work with though. It's not, yeah, FBX exporter. So that's really my only suggestion, unfortunately. Actually, why do I don't need to worry about the high poly. Let's go ahead and bake it. Apply. Ultrares, apply. Oh, is that the highest value? Yeah, apply. Okay, there we go. Still kind of weird in there. What's going on? Oh, let's pop my neck. Felt pretty good, honestly. It's got just the slightest amount of I think that should be okay. Let's give that a shot. Double trouble. Hello, Pepsi. Welcome. What did I not export my? All right, let's see how that comes out. Better. Yeah, that should work. Yeah. Yeah. How's your day going, Pepsi? I hope Sam will never kill himself doing this. It's so scary to me when somebody's doing this neck crack. That's definitely a pretty intense one. But it feels good. Okay, I think we have fixed it. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, darn. We didn't fix that, though. Last question, I just forgot about that. When exporting textures, is it okay to use filter height to normal, or is there a better way to use height map with Poyomi? Height maps in Unity are different than normal maps. So a lot of times a height map in Unity is used to displace your texture. And so it kind of gives it a little like a depth effect. Like a normal implies like edges and surface details, but a height map can fake depth. Um, and so you want to be a little bit, you want to make sure that you understand how that's working. Now the filter itself are using the filter inside of Substance to transfer the height to normal. Using it for optimizing textures, just to have only one for it. So if you're not using a height map, so Substance automatically converts your height to normal maps, as long as you're using the correct output. You don't need to use a filter yourself. The height should be getting converted to a normal map anyway. So if we look at, perfect, that looks a lot better. If we look at my export textures here, my Poyomi V8, the normal map that I'm using is this normal OpenGL, and it's converted. So as long as you're using this one, your height should be getting converted to normal anyway. So it should be working based on what you're saying. I believe it should be working already. Because I don't have any filter, but I do, like, I have a height texture on the skin. It's a little hard to see right here, but it's very, very light. But that gets converted. And I also have like a little indent around these. That all gets converted. So it should be getting converted on its own. Hopefully. I mean, yeah, it really should be. Did want to ask, you don't model the Ivies with their mouth open? That never causes trouble. I do actually, I bake them with their mouths open. Um, but when rigging, your default position should be a mouth closed. So yeah, I mean the character here has got their mouth open. I just use the armature modifier to position them, and then I export them with my GeoNode modifier in order to save it in that position. That part, you could just save a version out, you know, duplicate and then apply your armature modifier, and you'd pretty much be good to go. I'm just cleaning up some of these scales here. Oh yeah, I could actually use, maybe I'll change how I made these shadows anyway. We'll check later this export setting, but yeah, it's possible because I forgot I don't get height map when using point setting for latest 9.91. Okay. Well, hopefully, yeah, let me know if you want to reach out with if it works, just let me know. Should be working fine. I haven't ever had to convert it manually unless I'm doing something really specific, but all right, so for our scales, what I found a little hack that I think is pretty cool. So we're just going to change this to a bright color so I can see it. But I've been using a generator here, the world space, to get like a direction on things, which looks pretty good. And I'll probably use this again in a little bit for other stuff. But you can actually swap out the world space normals for just your normal tangents. And then you get direction based on your normal map instead of the world position. This is pretty cool. You can do stuff like this. Turn up that contrast. This might not work quite as well as I'd like. Not quite what I'm. So we'll delete that. Never mind. We're not going to do that. Still substance, a little bit magic for me. Then I'm all-time learning, but mostly I focus on finishing my commissions and making my new map. Well, good luck with your new map. Good luck with your commissions. Hope boy will get a in future support for UDIM. I agree. I hope so as well. No, it's really Unity that doesn't support it. So hopefully Unity or VRChat decides to implement that. Okay, I go. Thanks, Sam, and have a good day. Same to you, Australia. Catch you later. Bye. All right, that looks good. And we're going to do a very similar thing to the body itself. In fact, I'm just going to delete that. Back to body scales. Yeah, it's world position. Excuse me. And let's see, can we add anything else? Because we could switch this to right to left as well. That's just front to back. Funny. Yeah. That looks really good. Just gives that little bit of form to it. You're like, oh, my brain likes that. Just gives the whole body a little bit of roundness, which I think goes a long way. Okay. That's for the scales. I'm going to copy this, put one on the base too. This is the body itself. And I'm going to tweak it a little bit more. We want slightly different setup. We're going to do top to bottom, I think. It loads. Cool. A little odd, a little different, but I think that just gives just a little subtle form to everything that it's really nice. A little darker, but that's okay. Oh, we've got another 15 minutes and then I gotta go on lunch. We did some good cleanup on the body. I think we can get the tongue done and get the eye texture started because I want to give it a little bit of depth. And yeah, that looks really good. Yeah. Yeah, yeah. Subtle, but good. Might need to clean up the butt just a little bit. Okay. In fact, let's move the body back to its original position so I can see it with face. Yeah. Nice. Okay, so for our Instamat here, we're going to include an additional output. Element image gray. We're going to call this height. What we'll do is we'll take our first value here, and we're going to blur it quite a bit. In fact, we may want to actually bevel it instead. A little bit more like that. And then I think we need to invert it. And we're going to include this in our export here. And I really should have just done this. That would have simplified it. Export textures. We just need to add in that new one. I'm going to do Shino. I'll just say eyes. Base color here. And height here. Export. All right, then for the body, we can scroll down to I believe it must be our parallax height update. Yeah. So then we have our height map. Drop that in there and make sure it's set to UV1. That does not look quite right. Oh, UV0. Mask, eye mask. Read from UV1 and apply to UV1. Gotcha. Cool. Now the eye will have some depth. Awesome. Okay, anything else we need to do for the eyeball? I think I'd like to clean up this edge a little bit. A little less smoothing. Just a little less. Make it uniform. Tongue should be a totally different color along with the teeth and mouth. Let me double check that. The mouth, like it'd be blue, and the tongue. A lot of blue in the mouth. So, mouth should be blue. We'll sample the color from the reference. That should include our mouth here. Should be blue. It is blue. It's not blue. Why is it? Why is it not changing color? Because of the teeth. Because of the color select. We need to add a paint right here. There we go. All right. Cool. Now the done should be even bluer. That's purple. We'll want to add a shadow to almost all of these. So we'll actually put it up here. All this shadows. Hardness 1. And you know what? I'm going to put this inside the mouth template so that I can also put this shadow at the back of the throat. Cool. I think the body base texture is solid now. A little bit more I'd like to clean up on the eye. Clean up, but add. Such as a gradient. Gradient. General. Radial. Radial gradient. Which we will add to the eye. Right here, add a blend. This can go in the background. This could go in my output opacity mask. Or no. That won't. But this will. This could go in the foreground. We'll set it to multiply. Welcome back. Hello, Ariso. Thought about us for a long, long time. Maybe I think too much, but something's wrong. Something's wrong. Let's invert this. I'm singing hello. Not fun by. I'm not sharing my cookies with you. All right. And afraid I don't know the song. Don't know the song at all. Choose a gradient. How's you? I'm doing quite well. About to go on lunch. Excited about that. How about you? What are you cooking today, right now? Need to find some good guides for Inksmat or Dum-Dums. All the videos I found assume too much knowledge. Let's go off the bat for me to understand anything. It's still a pretty new company in software. I like the designer stuff a lot. I've really struggled using them for actually painting though. So remember the outfit I was working on for Rogue? It's been quite the pain. I finished it, but I need to make it compatible with the blend shapes for the avatar. Excuse me, for the avatar hats. I think some blend shapes are crazily exaggerated. So when I turn on, they clip. Make the weight paints for those blend shapes. They clip for when they are off. So I was thinking of making two different FBXs with different weight paints. You can create a second rig. Can create a second rig that targets those same blend shapes, same weight groups. That might get you close to what you're looking for. A little bit darker, a little bit more blue, and they have a nice little gradient. So if you have an object, I'm gonna make a new file for right now. So we got our rig, and we're gonna parent the cube to the thing, armature, deform, automatic weights. So now this bone, oh, bone should, oh, I need to, there. What? Gotcha. So we'll duplicate. What is going on? Why can't I move things? Interesting. Something's wrong with my blender. But you can just use a second rig to exaggerate those expressions even more, or give yourself like some more detailed control if you're using the why didn't that work earlier? if you're using the blend shapes, if you're using a rig to make those blend shapes. So I can make this rig, control that. And if I made another rig, so it's a second rig, and I parent it to that one as well, now there's two rigs on it. I can move that one again, but it just does it in order. So if I change the order, it'll change which one it's listening to. I think. Should. For a size slider that uses a bone scale animation, not blend shape. It's also a blend shape for that same purpose, which in my opinion is awful practice, but it is what it is. Just depends on the avatar more than anything. The avatar increases the size of some parts using both scale transforms and blend shapes. Ooh. Ooh. That will make, yeah, you'll have to match it exactly. Because if the bones scale, then you can't just use blend shapes. You'd have to match it 1-to-1. That seems tough. That seems like a tough problem. I don't think it's going to be an easy edit for that one. Always copy the avatar's armature to make my clothes. Making my own armature is a bad mistake. Well, if you're just editing, then yeah, you definitely wouldn't want to start from scratch or anything. Let's see what this looks like. Oh. I can't see anything. That's annoying. Is it in belts? Belts. Really don't like that I have to redo the export. It should be export per project. Remember, I make outfits for any type of avatar, doesn't matter. Blah, 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 blah. Goes for it. Well, the first time I did shit like this when I was making my first product. All right. And we'll drop that. It is weird. Why is it weird? Because it's not tiling. No, it doesn't need a tile. Gmod chain. Did it not export my normal map? Ah, that's why. So here, gotcha. I'm not been exporting it. I need my normal. There we go. Then it's eyes. Make a new one. Let's do chain. Bam. Delete that one. RGBA. Normal. Sure. Okay. Last little thing, and then I'm gonna go on lunch in just a second. It's my last little thing to add. There we go. There. Now we just got a nice amount of bumpiness to it. Very cool. And then for both of these, let's set them to like 256. Really do not need to be. Why? What is the poly count for the avatar as of right now? I think we're at 70,566, something like that. It's over, it's about 1,000 over. What the? Why? Why? Oh, I'm hitting save incremental on accident sometimes. And so it's actually making an incremental save. Ah, that's annoying. So I'm gonna go edit preferences, key map. A new file, save as, save blended file. There's no save incremental here. Doesn't matter. So inspired by your work, truly amazing. Thank you, Arisa. I appreciate that. Use the search box for looking for the key maps. Body does not appear to have a key map for it just yet. This one, or no. Over, there we go. Then clothing and non-baked and tail. So yeah, we're at 72,000 right now. 72. So I think I'll have to go through some of my belts and get rid of this middle edge. Won't be too bad. That should give me about 1,000 at least. Some of them I could probably even delete some of the top edges. Ooh, this one's super dense right here. Cool. Anyway, a lot of cleanup to do. Minecraft wireframe mode. Right now it's triangulated. So it's going to look a little different than it would otherwise. It's a little annoying to turn off. Well, actually, no, it shouldn't be too bad. They're all the same. There we go. Voila. She's looking pretty good. Looking pretty good. Delete the butts off those. Then, worst case scenario, I can always turn off the bevels on these, but they look so good with the bevel. So results are so inspiring. Well, thank you, Ariso. Maybe the buckles. All right, I'm gonna go on lunch. Thank you all for hanging out this morning. Hope you're all having an amazing Monday so far. It's going well with our Avi here. We're getting a lot of good work done. We should be getting to most of the texturing done today, most of the rigging done today. Should have her done by tomorrow. I think we're in the end game now. That final stretch. We're going to get almost everything done today. Then it'll just be finding the bugs, squashing the bugs. There's always bugs, unfortunately. But I'll see you all very soon. For anyone who's new here, I do break my day up into 2 streams. So I'm going to be back in about 2 hours for the second stream of the day. If you'd like to have an avatar commissioned for yourself, definitely reach out to me, samdutto.com. And if you want any mentorship, also reach out there because I'm happy to teach what I know. She's looking amazing. Good. I'm glad to hear that, Booms. She is indeed really coming together now. Feeling very pleased with how it's all. So we'll see you all very soon. Enjoy your day in the meantime. See you in just about 2 hours. Bye, everyone. Bye. Bye.